Hi, can you guys hear us okay? Online?
Loud and clear.
Yeah, all good.
Good morning. Yes, I can. Thank you.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the August Cairngorms National Park Authority Planning Committee. For those members joining the public, members of the public joining today, either virtually or in person, I am Chris Beattie, the convener of the CNPA Planning Committee. Today's meeting will also be streamed on the @Cairngorms YouTube channel. Before we go any further with the meeting, I'm going to ask the clerk of the board to run a roll call.
Chris Beattie,
Good morning.
Jiva Blackett,
Yes, I'm here. Good morning.
Sandy Bremner,
Good morning.
Jackie Briarton,
Hello.
Pete Cosgrove,
Good morning.
Kenny Deans,
Hi, good morning.
Paul Webb,
Here.
Hannah Christ,
Good morning.
Russell Jones,
Good morning.
John Kirk,
Morning.
Bill Lobban,
Yeah.
Lauren McCallum,
Morning.
Eleanor McIntosh,
Hiya.
Sandra McDade,
Good morning.
Fiona McLean,
Morning.
Steve Micklewright,
I'm here.
Duncan Miller,
Morning.
Anne Ross,
Good morning.
Derek Ross. That's everyone.
Right, thank you very much. So to move business forward effectively, please keep your questions succinct and to the point. We have quite a full agenda today. Focus firmly on the clarification of technical or planning issues. Once we've moved into the discussion phase of an application, it would be helpful if members could indicate at an appropriate point if you're minded to put forward any proposal regarding the officer's recommendations. For members in the room, please raise your real hand, and for members online, you just raise your virtual hand. And for those joining us, actually, please make sure your microphones are muted. Details of your board memo are on your board memo. You should be joined there by Peter Ferguson, our representative from Harper McLeod, who's in attendance today. So item 2, apologies, but with no apologies, everyone's here. So moving on, item 3, declarations of interest. Do any members wish to declare an interest on any of the items on the agenda today? If you have an interest to declare, please be clear on the item number, the nature of the declaration, and whether you will still take part in the item or leave. Bill and Peter.
Item 11 on the agenda. I'm a director of Cairngorm Mountain Scotland Limited. I'll be reading the room.
Okay, thank you, Bill. Peter?
Item 7, I've done ecological surveys on the housing site at King Hussey, and so I will be leaving the room.
Okay, thank you very much, Peter. Right, so any questions or any members wish to raise anything?
Hi, it's Steve here as well. I've got something as well
right.
to share on item 5 and 6. Trees for Life are involved in the early plans for the Belleville estate work, so I think I'll step out for those discussions.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Right, so moving on then, item 4, minutes of the previous meeting from the 14th of June 2024 and matters arising not covered elsewhere. Can I ask if the committee is content with the accuracy of the minutes from the meeting on the 14th of June? Okay, I'm not seeing anything online. Can I assume the committee is happy to approve these minutes? Agreed. Okay, moving on. And there was no matters arising. So I will move a motion to take the minutes from our confidential session on the 14th of June at the end of this public session. Are you happy with that? Right, thank you very much. Okay, so first item on the agenda is first application on the agenda is item 5, application for detailed plan permission 2022 0290/DET, formation of a borrow pit retrospective at land 370 metres northwest of Valuable House, Kingussie, Highland. This is going to be introduced by Gavin Miles, our Director of Planning in place.
I think we need to ask Steve to leave the room and then we'll bring him back in.
Okay, Steve, can you leave the room now, please?
Yeah, okay, see you later.
Thanks.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, this is a retrospective application for a large borrow pit on Balliville Estate. It's behind the mains of Ballaville Farm buildings, which are next to the A9, and the Ballaville House, which you can see from the A9 as well, in a forestry plantation on the, I guess, the western slopes of Craigbury. The red line shows you the outline of the site, the application. That aerial photography shot shows you the context with the pine plantation woodland around it, which is also classed as being in the ancient woodland inventory, and the borrow pit, and you can see the existing access track, a long-standing access track to the side of it. This is just showing a little bit of the change in the site. So the estate obviously opened up the borrow pit sometime between 2013 and 2017, and then proceeded to enlarge it till it got to its current size. That's a photo of the borrow pit from right beside it. Most of the photos of the site are from right beside it because it's not particularly visible from elsewhere. That's at the entrance to it. That's from the top end of it, looking back into it. And that's where the track leaves the main access track through the estate and heads in towards the borrow pit, and then also carries up through the plantation. The estate supplied a reinstatement plan with the application and are proposing to reinstate the site. You'll see from the conditions in the paper that we want further information, a revised reinstatement plan that details exactly how they're going to do it in the chronology of that. So as we get on to the main considerations of this, well, to start with, there's the principle of development. Obviously, in some ways, borrow pits that are for temporary periods of time and for use of material locally is acceptable under policy in our development plan and National Planning Framework 4. However, this site was in an ancient woodland area. So actually, on the other hand, we would never have approved this application had it not been undertaken beforehand, because we simply would have said that that loss of the ancient woodland habitat wouldn't be acceptable. However, it's been done. The loss, that permanent loss, that habitat has happened, and we can't mitigate that. So there is no way for us to remedy this in a way that would be satisfactory. So then we come on to design. Well, the restoration plan is a fairly standard one, very simple, and it can be improved on, and that's why we've got a condition seeking more information on that. Satisfactory restoration of sites like this is relatively easy to achieve. It just needs, the slopes need to be turned into slopes that are reasonably able to have vegetation on them, a bit of material and topsoil put back onto it so that there's a bed proceeding in an area like this. Although we'd be looking for planting, actually there'll be enough seed within the material in the ground for, once it's left alone, trees will start to sprout very quickly. So once it's abandoned and left, it will actually regenerate fairly quickly, and over time a woodland habitat will appear again on that site. In terms of environment, there were no particular issues raised with this when we were first notified about it, because it's far away from other people. No particular noise impact from this. It's fairly self-contained, so there was no issue with runoff of sediment leaving the site. It's all contained within that borrow pit area. Clearly, there could have been disturbance to species and wildlife at the time, and we don't know whether there was or whether there wasn't, although on a site like this, if standard measures were taken, there was relatively little risk of that damage, disturbance to other species within the vicinity. The big issue here is really around the loss of the ancient woodland habitat, which can't be replaced. And then we come on to the landscape impacts. As you can see, the site is relatively contained within that woodland area, so it's visible from the existing access track through the estate, but not as well as it is from the edge of the borrow pit itself, which is where you see the full extent of it, or from aerial photography. It's not particularly viewable from any other hills in the vicinity where lots of people go either. So it's relatively well screened, and once it's been restored and trees are growing on it again, it will become one of those features of the landscape that people look at and think, well, something's happened there, but it's covered in trees. I don't quite know what that is unless I have a detailed knowledge of the history of that area. Ultimately, we are reluctantly recommending approval of this with the conditions attached, because we think that that is the best outcome we can achieve through the planning system. But clearly, this is a real breach and a problem. But we don't have any other choice in this other than to approve with the condition to reinstate. And you'll see that we suggested a 2-year temporary permission, but members may want to reduce that further in this case, given the retrospective nature of it.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Do we have any questions for Gavin? Eleanor? John?
Yeah, I'm just wondering why we would be recommending a 2-year period for reinstatement when the border pit should be project specific. They've obviously done the project. Why allow another 2 years? Why should it not be an immediate sorting of the site, or at least 6 months?
Yes, I think that's an acceptable way to do this. There's quite a lot of material, as you could see, within the site that has been used by the estate on other legitimate projects across the estate, and other other developments where there are retrospective applications that we think can be approved, subject to conditions. But I'd be very happy to limit the duration of the consent to a tighter time period.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just looking at it. Yeah.
Okay, next we have John, followed by Fiona online.
Borrow pits always seem to be a thorn in the side of this board, but you know, I can understand why they've done it. I mean, the amount of accidents has been at the Ballable site with lorries turning off. We talk about it being net zero. Stuff is on site, so I don't see why it can't be used. But I do question the word ancient pine forest. When you look at the picture of the trees, these are 60s, 70s trees. These are not ancient pine forests. I mean, you go back, it's a bit of netty. They keep telling me it's ancient pine forest. Well, I can assure you, we grazed it in the 60s. So, Christ, God knows what that makes me, if that's ancient. So,
You answered that question.
so, you know, there is a need for, obviously, reinstatement, and I think the classic reinstatement is the old sawmill at Forest Lodge, which has actually been fantastic how nature has taken it back itself. You know, I can understand it put down some soil, but you know, we need to find out what sort of period of time they need to use these materials, and see what the score is. Okay.
Thank you, John. Eleanor, you want to come in on that?
Yeah, just on that. I mean, I'm in no way against the border pit, John, but I am against how this estate has conducted this application. And I mean, they've had 2 years of the border pit. It's project specific. They've done the project without permission, so now they should reinstate the border pit. I'm not against them using on-site materials at all, but done in the proper fashion, surely.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Fiona.
Thank you. Just to say that I agree with Eleanor that we should limit the duration of the consent to 6 months. No, my question is, given that this is a serious breach and loss of ancient woodland, which I think is disgraceful, are there any sanctions that we can impose on something like that?
No, there aren't, Fiona. And the purpose of planning isn't to punish people, and the purpose of enforcement isn't to punish people either. I mean, in the way that you grant a consent, there can be some, I suppose, uncomfort for the applicant, and certainly what is being discussed just now will be inconvenient for them. But I don't. There isn't a route to punish through the planning system.
You okay with that, Fiona?
Yeah, I guess if that's the case.
Okay, thank you.
I state my displeasure.
Thank you, Fiona. We've got Peter, followed by Bill, then Derek.
It was just to support something that Gavin said, which was that given that this is an ancient woodland site, I would much prefer to see natural regeneration than just tree planting in that area, because we have a general policy towards supporting natural regeneration in our national partnership plan. And so I think this would be an example where we could support that rather than just go in and plant trees.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Bill.
I think it's the principle of development is the problem here. They would, as you've heard from Gavin, they would not receive planning permission to create a borrow pit or mini quarry, whatever you want to call it, in this particular area. And by giving them a 2-year extended permission, we're condoning that. And I think John's right. You know, I'm quite happy that if they find areas within the estate, and I'm sure there must be many of them, that they could get permission in advance to have a borrow pit. But the idea that they are basically complimented for doing something that they should not have been allowed to do in the first place is wrong. I 100% agree with Eleanor.
Okay, thank you, Bill. And Derek.
I agree with what's been said by Eleanor and Bill. I mean, I don't know if people recall in the previous planning committee that we went to this estate, and with the express purpose was that they told us that they wanted to liaise with the Cairngorm National Park and any development. They wanted to cooperate with the Cairngorm National Park with any developments. And what do we see here? A breach. I think it's disgraceful.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Any further questions from anyone for Gavin? No? So we'll move into discussion phase. Has anyone got a further point that they would like to raise? Oh, Eleanor, yeah.
I suppose I'll officially put that amendment on the table then,
Okay.
that we reduce the time to 6 months.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that's fine. I think what we would like to do is to turn that first condition into limiting the duration of operation of it. So it can't be used as a borrow pit. We will need more time to allow the restoration to be done after that. And obviously there's a typo in that first condition because it refers to condition 3. It's condition 2 it should be referring to. And we can also change the wording of condition 2 so that whilst the removal of non-native species is there, that we look for a restoration scheme that uses natural regeneration on the site.
Yeah. So I'm getting the general feeling that everybody prefer go for Eleanor's amendment, seconded by Derek. Are we happy to approve that? Yeah. Okay.
This is a slightly awkward point, but the standing orders provide that the officer's recommendation is moved and seconded. So even though there may be uniformity on that, strictly speaking, there needs to be a vote.
Okay, that's fine.
On that. I know that there has been a mixed approach to that in the past, but that's my interpretation of the standing orders.
Okay. Do you need time to pull together an amendment? Okay.
Just for a point of clarity, is this the 6 month just for stopping any like stuff coming out of the borrow pit or like works to start reinstating? Because if I'm just thinking 6 months, we're going into like wet periods. If it's within 6 months, you're potentially going to make more mess. Like you'd maybe prefer to do it in the summer where it's going to be drier periods. That's just a point for discussion.
I think this is about limiting the duration that they can do any workings within it and remove material from it. So the reinstatement will have to happen after that. Yeah, and they need to give us a timetable for that restoration, which should have there'll be a management around that as well, and they may be doing that in next year, and the kind of the monitoring of that and them having to say continually remove non-native species if they're seeding into the sort of fresh ground as well. So yes, that would be after the 6 months.
Right. So we will have a vote on this. So the motion is that we approve the subject to conditions, and we have an amendment from Eleanor and seconded by Derek that we limit this to 6 months. I'd be happy to have a vote on that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So roll call.
So to clarify here, just because the motion has been deemed to be proposed and seconded, this is an amendment to that motion because it's changing the conditions. So that's why there is technically a vote, because we're voting on an amendment. It seems like most members will be voting for that amendment from the discussion.
Okay. Can we continue with the vote?
Can I just clarify that because the amendment is quite straightforward, it's just a time limit. I don't feel we need an adjournment to confer some type of wording, because the wording is as it is, just the time.
Okay. Chris Beattie,
Amendment.
Jiva Blackett,
Amendment.
Sandy Bremner,
Amendment.
Jackie Brierton,
Amendment.
Pete Cosgrove,
Amendment.
Kenny Deans,
Amendment.
Paul Gibb,
Amendment.
Hannah Grist,
Amendment.
Russell Jones,
Amendment.
John Kirk,
Abstain.
Bill Lobbin,
Amendment.
Lauren McCallum,
Amendment.
Eleanor McIntosh,
Amendment.
Xander McDade,
Amendment.
Fiona McLean,
Amendment.
Duncan Miller,
Amendment.
Anne Ross,
Amendment.
Derek Ross.
Amendment.
Okay, thank you, members. So this planning application has been approved subject to the amendment. Okay, thank you very much. Next item on the agenda is item 6, and this is an application for detailed plan permission 2023/0455/DET, repair and upgrade of his existing estate track at Ballable House, Kingussie. This will also be introduced by Gavin Miles. The recommendation is to approve subject to conditions. We have no speakers on this one. So, Gavin, could you introduce this for us?
Thank you, Chris. Yes, this is for a section of track further north in Ballaville Estate, cutting across ground between one bit of the one sort of valley over to another, where there's another area of, I suppose, slightly better grazing on that side of that Luchermore Hill or Luchermore Hill. That's a slightly not very helpful plan, but shows the line of the track across a bit of open hill ground there, apparently. And this is just to show you, again, the history of development of that track. So I suppose the lower third of it or so, there was a track there, and then vehicles from the estate clearly drove over that bit of ground over previous years, but there wasn't a constructed track in that area, and then a track was constructed sometime after 2020 with material from that borrow pit largely. So that's a drawing that was provided with the application of the typical track construction, which generally reflects what's on the ground. That's a couple of images of the track. So the estate say that they needed to upgrade it because they were using it for so many vehicles, both to install the fencing for the large woodland planting scheme that this now sits within, and to help with the planting on that site. And then the image on the right shows an upgraded version, although they are planning to install a green strip down the middle of the track as well. So that's a view of the earlier section of the track as it passes through bits of that woodland planting scheme that are planted. Some of it further to the north of it won't have planting within it, but you'd expect with the grazing removed and so many trees being planted around that area that it will come up with trees and scrub of its own accord. So this track will appear within a woodland setting and definitely inside the large deer fence containing that woodland in future. That's just an image of the woodland regeneration and planting scheme. So our track is at the northern end of there and runs in the sort of two blue blobs before heading out towards a slightly greyer area, all contained within the deer fence for that woodland planting scheme. So the principle of development here is covered by policies around private ways, and in this case, this is now within a woodland area, so it's not in open moorland as it might have appeared when we first saw it. The area has been planted. There's a woodland scheme being established there, and in future this track is going to appear in the context of that woodland. It's an area of ground that the estate have driven over for a long period of time because it does link to a bit of grazing land outside of the deer fence in another smaller valley. The design of the track, once it's got the green strip within it, will fit relatively well into the landscape. It's not very well seen from many places because of its location. There are a few places above it that are close to it, so you can't see it very well. The landscape impacts, therefore, are relatively modest because it can't be seen very well from other locations, and its impact is not terrible as a track. And once the green strip is installed and it softens, then it will appear as any other track within that area and in the context of a woodland environment as well. And in terms of environmental impacts, it's far enough away from most water courses and other areas that there isn't any significant worry about sedimentation. The earlier section that does travel near a water course was already there, and the improvements will actually mean there's less erosion of that track into the water course. Clearly, it fits within that woodland setting as well. So the other part of this is that for people who are travelling through the estate, this track will appear as another track heading out of woodland within the area of the main track. And finally, we did have some concerns that it might be travelling over deep peat, but the applicant provided a peat survey. It shows that it's not deep peat as it travels across that moorland, so we're not concerned about that. So again, in this case, we're recommending approval. The track is acceptable in principle, and we can consider that with the measures that the estate are proposing to incorporate within it, it will be acceptable. It's annoying that it's retrospective, and annoying that we had some argument about whether a planning application was needed, but the application was made and it's considered acceptable, so we're recommending approval.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Do we have any questions of clarity for Gavin on this? So we've got Pete, Lauren, and right. Anyone else? Nope. Okay, Peter.
It's just a point about EIA legislation and EIA practice. In paragraph 13, it talks about the likely significance effect being slight. Under EIA regulations, likely significant effect either is or isn't. It's binary, so it's a non-likely significant effect, and the adverse effects will be minor. And it's just sometimes you need to have that clarity of likely significant effect to be done, because this can stop challenges at planning. So just clarification on that, please.
So yeah, in our view, there's off. Negligible impact was our view. Apologies, slight definitely wasn't what we intended.
Okay, thank you. Lauren.
Yeah, I was wondering if you could get the picture of the path. Because in here it said there was going to be a central header, but
Which has not yet been installed.
yeah, so that's the second one of the condition.
Yes, it's part of what the applicant has proposed. So in doing what they've said they're going to do, they need to finish it off and install that.
Thank you.
I'm kind of picking up on what Lauren said. Should that not be a condition, though?
Yeah.
Given that the track's there and it's the centre bit is not in there yet. Should it be conditioned?
It's part of the approved documents that we would be approving in this, so implementing them is part of what they applied for. So it's not something else that we need to ask them to do, it's what they've said they're going to do. So that's part of the simply implementing it.
When are they going to do it?
I'd have to go back in and check that detail, but what I can do with this, just to I suppose move this along, is if that's something that we think is insufficiently reflected in the details of what they provided, then if the committee were happy, I'm happy to add on a condition that just puts a time scale on complying with those, with the actual implementation of all the details.
Happy with that, Ron? Yeah.
Yeah, if that could be included as a condition. I'm also, just because I'm out on my gravel bike a bit, and so drainage, drainage of paths is another one. Can I just, can I just clarify the drainage conditions, because I can't see how the drainage is going to be sufficient.
So you'll see that it's possible that we don't have the best photo there, but there is drainage to the sides of the track that has been installed. And I mean, maintenance of a track is a standard thing, so they won't put in it if they don't think it's needed in locations. It is designed to be a vehicle track, obviously, so it's not designed as a bike route or a gravel bike route. But so I think the standard information they provide about the construction is adequate. I mean, all tracks may have water on them at different times, and given the kinds of rain we have, there can be other issues. But this is on relatively flat ground most of the time, so as long as the surface is raised off, the water will drain to the sides of it.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Any other questions for Gavin? Jackie.
Just does the track as planned come to a natural end, and is there potential for the estate to then continue building it in future, or is it a set? Does it go to something and that's the end of it?
Yeah, it goes to a gate and the deer fence through to other parts of the estate, and there are multiple other sort of, I suppose, vehicle routes beyond that as they focus into the gate and then head out to do other things. And so it's possible that the estate would apply to create a track elsewhere. Obviously, it would seem to be particularly negligent not to apply for planning permission for something in that area, given what's happened with these applications. But there's definitely they use vehicles beyond the end of this, and that's kind of inevitable given the ground that they've got as well.
Okay, thank you. Jeeva.
Yeah, sorry, if members don't speak into their microphones, it's very difficult to hear what was said, and I couldn't hear what Lauren's question was.
Lauren, would you just like to repeat that, please?
Yeah, Jeeva, I was just getting clarification or reassurance on the drainage. So my question was, is the drainage plan going to be sufficient?
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the answer that I got before I could hear your question actually made sense, and it does. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions? I'm not seeing anything in the room, nothing online. So we'll move into the discussion phase. And do any members wish to raise anything? Nope, I'm not seeing anything in the room or online. So are members content to take forward the officer's recommendation and approve the application subject to the additional condition? We are? Okay. Thanks very much. Right, can we get Steve back in, please?
Convener,
Sorry.
are you going to write this estate
Yes.
a letter
Yes, with the previous one as well.
in the strongest terms?
Yeah. Peter, we'll see you in a little while. Just having a few moments while we're waiting for Steve Micklewright to rejoin the meeting. Okay. Right, welcome back, Steve. So now we're moving on to item 8. Sorry, not item 8, item 7. Well, and this is application for detailed plan permission 2024/0005/DET. This is the erection of 6 number housing units, 3 blocks of semi-detached housing at land 65 metres south of 22 Carroll Drive, Kingussie. And this will be introduced by Emma Bryce, our planning manager from Development Management. Emma.
Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah.
No, sorry, could you speak up a wee bit, please?
Is that clear enough, everyone? Yeah. Okay, this application site covers an area of approximately 1/3 of a hectare and is a vacant agricultural grazing land located to the northwest side of Kingussie. The site is bounded by housing to the east and mature trees and vegetation to the west, and slopes from southeast to the northwest. There's informal desire line paths running through it. The site forms part of the wider housing allocation, housing widening development site that has been granted consent but has not yet been constructed. The consented scheme is for 22 2-bedroom apartments with associated access parking and landscaping. This site photo just shows the site, shows the southern aspect of the site with the southern boundary and the vegetation to that boundary. This site is the other aspect, southeast of the site with the adjacent housing beyond. So the proposal is for 3 identical 2-storey buildings comprising of 6 semi-detached houses, each with 3 bedrooms. The slope of the site necessitates that the houses and the site levels step down from west to east. The proposed development requires additional parking, visitor parking, and minor amendments to the drainage arrangements that were consented. Just to take you back to what's been consented. The slide shows the previously consented scheme, which was for a 2-storey block comprising of 6 flats, and that's down in the southwest corner of the site. This slide just shows you what is being proposed in terms of the semi-detached blocks, 2-storey dwellings, and these will be finished with cedar weatherboarding, white render and grey concrete roof tiles, timber windows and UPVC rainwater goods, and it's all in keeping with what's already been consented for the site. I've got a couple of visualisations for you, just to show the properties and the gradient of the site and how and contextually how they'll fit into the site. And another one. So in terms of the considerations, in terms of principle, both the national and local policy objectives seek the provision of affordable homes in appropriate locations. The principle of housing on this site is well established by the local development plan designations and the previous consents. The proposed development, which would introduce small, more affordable houses onto the site, is aimed at targeting a clear local demand for this type of accommodation from those who live and work within the park and who struggle to afford to buy a home. Now, it was intended under the previous consent that these houses would be delivered through the Scottish Government's Help to Buy scheme. However, unfortunately, the funding for this has now been withdrawn. So the proposals will be now sold on the open market. However, in terms of the provision of providing the required affordable housing, this site does indeed form part of the wider site allocated under the LDP for housing, and where planning permission has already been consented for 23 affordable homes which are nearing completion. This development site provides affordable housing in excess of the 25% affordable housing requirement for houses currently consented across the wider site. So notwithstanding this, though, the proposed houses will be designed as starter homes, specifically targeted at younger working local people looking to get on the market, the housing market. Notwithstanding, the Help to Buy scheme is now no longer available. It's anticipated that these homes will be accessible to local working households. Additionally, these houses fall within the short-term let control area covering Bridenoch and Strathspey, and therefore they would be subject to that additional protection from conversion to short-term let properties. In terms of the design, landscape and environmental impacts, the proposed development doesn't raise any significant issues. Development requires some minor amendments to the consented drainage arrangements, and conditions relating to access and servicing are recommended to ensure any outstanding matters are addressed. So as concluded at the time the previous application for the site was determined, no developer contributions are sought here. So it's therefore recommended that committee approve the application subject to the conditions that are stated in your papers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. Do we have any questions of clarity for Emma? I've got Jackie in the room and Jiva. Jackie.
Thank you, Chair. Emma, given the need for carbon reduction and energy policy generally, there's no detail around this as to how these houses will fulfil that. I noticed there's no solar panels, for example, on the roofs. Are you aware of anything that will address some of these issues?
There's not been anything put forward in terms of what we are dealing with currently. The finer detail of the properties and their design will be addressed through the building regulations, but presumably they'll be in adherence with the current building regulations, which obviously seek to include appropriate measures to satisfy those kind of requirements.
Sorry, Emma, can I ask you
Oh, sorry. So I'm just saying that, yes, they should be addressed through the minor details of the design of the properties. Will have to satisfy the current building regulations, which would seek, to address a lot of those measures. I mean, the installation of solar panels are, really up to the individuals who purchase the properties, but there are the building regulations would require satisfaction measures to be in place to address those things.
I'm just aware that more than 70% of new housing developments in Scotland last year did have solar panels, and it's surprising that, given what we're trying to achieve here, that there wasn't something. But I understand that that's not within the scope of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Jiva.
Yeah, I'm going to be a bit difficult about the design, because I'm watching all over Scotland hundreds and hundreds of boxes being erected, and they have very little personality. And let's face it, the Cairngorms has loads of personality. So I'm just wondering, can we influence this in any way to perhaps put a large porch on the front, or just something to make them look less boxy?
I totally understand what you're saying, Jiva. Design is an issue that is difficult to exercise a lot of control over, unless you're particularly in a conservation area or impacting on perhaps on the setting of a listed building. This is a greenfield development site that's got a variety of housing types around it, and I don't think there would be a strong justification for us to try and exercise control beyond what we have here in front of us. Standard housing type of relatively sympathetic design and finish, to be honest with you. So I think it wouldn't be appropriate, I don't think, to pursue significant changes to the design in this particular location.
Okay, I'll accept your advice on this, but I think that design is something that we should be looking at very closely in the next LDP. Thank you.
Thank you, Jiva. We've got Eleanor, followed by Russell.
Yeah, Emma, there's quite a lot of talk about it being first-time homes and local need. But there's nothing from what I can see in the conditions or paperwork that sort of enforces that. I know the applicant, I take them at their word that they will mark it, but previously we've done like a local marketing initiative with the developers, and I just wondered, given affordable housing the way it is and local need, should we be doing something along that lines in condition or not?
I mean, it is open market housing, so I mean, normally when we have an affordable development, we would ensure that there's a condition on the consent requiring it to remain in perpetuity as affordable housing. Here, open market. I mean, I've not been involved in particular applications. Maybe Gavin or Peter can advise on whether we could perhaps include something along those lines within the terms of this consent if we were minded to grant it.
I think this is one of those things where it's very hard to condition it for it to actually meet the tests, but it's a good thing to encourage the applicant to do. And in this case, the applicant appears to want to, and certainly said they want to on a number of occasions. And actually, from their point of view, it's knowing the market and knowing that there are people around there who want to buy these houses, which is giving them the confidence to try and do this, because they think that even without the first-time buyer assistance, there are people there who want to buy them in that local area.
Yeah, I suppose my point is that anybody, just say some of these go for second homes. We've got nothing about it being a local initiative. What have we actually done to make that happen? Either to help the developer or encourage the developer, because we've said nothing, have we? We're just taking it that they'll do that. But anybody looking back in years to come will say, well, that planning authority didn't even encourage a local sale initiative.
I mean, we could add an informative onto it, and we can write to the applicant and explain that the committee would very much like to see these being marketed locally, so that they definitely go to local people. And I think that message, along with the decision notice, I think they'll be receptive to that. I don't think that we've got another. I don't think there is a more secure way of doing it than that.
Well, I quite like this, even just to put it officially and writing to them. I'm not doubting their genuine want for local initiatives, but I just think we should be encouraging them as much as we can.
Thank you, Eleanor. Russell.
Thank you. Emma, have I read that right somewhere that in here, and I can't find it now, but I thought I read it earlier, that there's an existing informal footpath from Campbell Crescent that goes up through that site. Is there going to be an access maintained, a footpath access maintained to Campbell Crescent?
We need to double check that. I'm not 100% sure that is the people that there is intention to keep permeability through the site and linked to the woods at the top. So yes, as my understanding, I didn't deal with this particular application, but my understanding is that yes, under the previous consent, and this hasn't changed that particular aspect of it, under the previous consent, the permeability through that site will be maintained, and the access to the woods at the top will be retained, and I think a gate into there. Yeah.
Okay, Paul.
Yep, thank you. Eleanor has brought up a point that I would like to explore a little further. Possibly very difficult at this point where the application is before us, but could we not from now on initiate discussions with the developers around how we can assign a portion of the houses for local families or businesses? But we had a conversation separate to this about an example in Exmoor at Weddon Cross, where if you were a resident in the area for 2 years or had a business in the area for 2 years, you could apply for housing. And that was a very specific way of enabling local residents and those with business interests in the area to get housing first. I appreciate we can't do it now, but when that application comes before us, can we request that we have an opportunity to discuss how amenable they are to including something like that when the paper's presented to us?
I suppose we try to get affordable housing as far as possible that comes through the normal mechanisms, which means that there's a degree of control, not particularly from the Park Authority, but from the housing authorities and Scottish Government who put that money into the system. What you're talking about is something else that there isn't a mechanism to do, and we've been strongly discouraged from trying to do by Scottish Government in the past. So we do talk to developers about the kinds of housing we want and the kinds of housing we want them to bring forward, but the mechanism to make it definitely accessible to one person or another is beyond us. If it's affordable housing, there clearly is a way, and if it's mid-market rent housing, there's a selection process that goes with that means that we can be sure that that's going to people working, living in the area, or meeting whatever the housing, the requirements of the list are and the priorities in that housing list. But as far as stuff on the open market goes, unless it has the rural housing burden through the Communities Housing Trust or something, there's very little other control that you can apply to it that is considered to be reasonable.
Again, we're in the middle of a planning application. I'm exploring something else, but I appreciate there isn't a mechanism now. But the fact that there isn't is really down to the government not wanting one or considering it's worth exploring and testing. If we do have an application that comes before us and we've had a conversation with a developer, we're not necessarily following a mechanism where we're asking if they would like to engage in maybe an experiment, in a pilot, a trial that could, if successful, form the framework for a mechanism. We could have that conversation, but I suspect they would say no, because
puts uncertainty into the system. I mean, I think that what you're talking about is something that's much easier to do through public sector development, because that way we have the public sector working together on that, and that ability to cooperate like that. For a private developer, trying to ask them to do something where they've got no guarantee of making any return is unlikely to work.
Okay. Right. Any more questions for Gavin? Or Emma, rather? No. So moving to discussion phase. And do members wish to raise anything? Russell?
Yeah, just like to say I would like to support the recommendation to approve. But also, I thought Jackie raised a very valid point about the solar panels, and I am wondering why we can't condition that they have solar panels. I mean, the other 23 houses that are just nearing completion, which are social housing or HHA housing, all have solar panels. And it is quite surprising that they don't.
So we've actually spoken about this before. So through the building regs, the houses have to meet certain standards around energy efficiency, electricity consumption, and generation of renewable energy as well. But they can do that through different routes. So solar panels is one route, heat pumps, which are getting more and more efficient, are another route to that. So sometimes people will end up with heat pumps and not solar panels, but the energy requirement of that house, other than charging phones and things like that, is really minimal. So the operating cost of the house itself is almost negligible. So that's the way that it's done. Different developments may reach those standards through different routes.
Bill.
Simplify, because these are this development of three-bedded houses. These are dwellings that we desperately need, and I fully support the recommendation. It's irrespective of whether you like the design or not, etc., etc. These are desperately needed, so I'll be voting.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions or any other comments? No. Right, so are committee members content to take forward the officer's recommendation and approve the application? Agreed?
Yeah.
Okay, so application 2024-05 is approved. We'll just get Peter back in the room. Okay, thanks, Peter. So we're moving on to item 8, application for detailed plan permission for 2024/0036/DET, construction of a sediment trap for flood alleviation works in retrospect at Altmore, Gynack. This is going to be introduced by Catherine Donaghy, our Plan Officer, Development Management. Catherine.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? All right. Right. So yeah, this is a planning application in retrospect, as said, for the sediment trap on the Altmore River course, or Burn rather. It's situated to the north of Kingussie. The Altmore Burn is on the right-hand side as you're looking at the red site there, and then there's an approved flood alleviation scheme that runs down to the Loch Gynack on the left. The Altmore is runs into the Gynack Burn, which is part of the River Space Special Area of Conservation, and a Habitats Regulation appraisal was done, which is attached as Appendix 2 and concludes there's no significant effects. This slide shows the sort of context of it, and the wooded area to the south around Pitmain Lodge. There's a kind of network of tracks going up here to serve the site and the surrounding area, and then there's moorland further north of it, so it's kind of starting to get into an upland area there. This, the left-hand slide kind of shows the site at the top, and then the flood alleviation scheme that runs down to a system of channels down to Loch Gynack. It's intended, as outlined in the report, that when there's excess sediment and excess water coming down, that it should be diverted to the Loch Gynack, and in order to alleviate the flooding that comes from the Gynack River down into Kingusi, which has been an ongoing issue. The flood alleviation scheme did have some issues. It's not opened as yet, and they were doing some remedial works. In the course of doing the remedial works, the sediment pond was one of those remedial works, which was out with the red line, original red line site, hence why we've got this planning application. The slide on the right-hand side shows the sediment pond, and it essentially is kind of scooping out the burn above the weir that was installed as part of the flood alleviation scheme. It's kind of scooping it out in order to provide a trap for larger amounts of sediment which were flowing down the river, as it were, and causing problems downstream. So it's all part and parcel of that flood alleviation scheme, and the technical consultees, SEPA, and the flood risk team of Highland Council are satisfied with this proposal, which has actually got a car licence from SEPA. That kind of shows what was done. The green line on the sections on the right shows the original levels of the burn there, and the red line shows how it was scooped out to get this new kind of trap, as it were. This shows the wider context. On the right-hand side, you can see the sediment trap, how it sits within the wider context, and then the diversion channel running down to Loch Gainach, and then the tracks going down to the keeper's cottage, etc. at Pit Main. So that's just to kind of show the overall context of it. It's a small part of this wider scheme. That's looking upstream towards the weir that was formed, and you see this is out with the site. This is leading down to Loch Gainach, and this is the kind of stepped pool to arrangement that they've done with rock armour, etc. That's the bit on the left. Is you can see sandbags at the bottom. It's not been opened up. That's the flood alleviation scheme. It's not been opened up as yet, but that's where the excess water will run down to Loch Gainach and avoid it all flowing down the river and the flooding downstream. This is the pond itself, or the sediment trap. Again, you can sort of see the context of it there. And that's its wider context, which is part of the kind of Altmore running down. And that shows it and looking upstream towards the hills beyond in the moorland. And you can see on the side where they recontoured it, it's now the hydro seeded it and is starting to reinstate now and starting to look more natural. So the main issues here is the principle of the development. The development is part and parcel of a wider flood alleviation scheme that's been agreed in its principle, and this is a detailed out with, like I said, out with the original red line site, but it's part of the functioning of that scheme, which is acceptable to the technical consultees. So as such, something that's going to improve the efficiency of a flood alleviation scheme is considered to be acceptable. There's no additional servicing and access issues with it. There's no need for additional roads or anything, additional traffic. The flood team are happy that this is a solution, part of a solution to an existing problem in Kingusi. Environmental impacts are to do with the water course itself. The habitat regulation appraisal has concluded that there is no adverse impact. The Nature Scot wanted a bit more information about the sediment flow, because in removing the sediment from the trap, they had a concern as to how they were managing the overall sediment flow in the river stream and the water courses. They provided a sediment management plan which is satisfactory to Nature Scot and to SEPA to say how they will be monitoring and continuing to monitor the sediment here. Some of the sediment, I understand, the sort of coarse material that's coming down is due to some scarring, erosion further upstream, and they're hoping that work's been done, remedial works should reduce that over time. So in terms of landscape impacts, are very minimal. It's just a recontouring of the bit of the water course there, and it's reinstating, the banks are reinstating anyway. So our recommendation is approval subject to a condition relating to the sediment management plan being implemented, and it does, as I say, have a car licence from SEPA, who will continue to monitor this. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. Do you have any questions of clarity for Catherine? Russell.
Yeah, could I ask Catherine, so obviously, I mean, I'm well aware of the scheme and the reasons for it, but who actually cleans out the sediment pit? Because obviously if it's not cleaned out, then it becomes ineffective very quickly. So who cleans it out? Is that the estate or is it the council? Where does that material go to, and can that be done at any time?
As I understand it, that will be the estate's responsibility. We've got somebody from the estate here, or the agent here, that they will clean it out, and the sediment management plan dictates how and when they can clean it out. They've got to make sure they do it at the right times, and they're not causing issues for the fishing, etc. Spey Fishery Board. They've got to consult with them as to when they do it as well, and at various times of the year, low water, whatever. But the sediment that they take out, some of it will be used for works on the estate, and some of it will be replaced further downstream, depending on what the sediment flow is in the burn at the time. And that's what this ongoing monitoring that they've got to do will dictate what they do with the sediment. And they'll have, when they're doing these works, they'll have I might pronounce this wrong, a geomorphologist will be overseeing that for the estate. So it will be the estate, and it will be done, also have to be done in accordance with their licence from SEPA, who will, I guess, make sure that they don't do anything that would harm the water course.
Okay, I think it's a good thing, and I'm not against it. I'm just obviously it protects downstream. The town of Canusium have terrible problems with the stuff coming down. I'm just not totally clear about who pays to get it cleaned out. I mean, does the estate pay for that itself then, or what? I don't really understand.
So my understanding is Highland Council had a contract with the estate to provide this and then to operate it, and that money was paid some time ago. And I don't know if any other contracts have been signed, but I doubt whether the council are paying for any of this. This should be a saving for the council. That was the reason for doing it, because the council shouldn't need to go into the Gynock down in Kingussie and excavate under the bridges often under this. So two things. One is there should be a saving for the council, and also there should be much less material coming down the burn in entirety all the time with this, hopefully. And I guess the sediment trap is trying to mean that, for those who don't know, the Gynock comes through very soft ground further up and washes out lots and lots of material whenever there's a spate and all the rest of the time. And hopefully most of that will drop in the sediment pond before it starts to head down further. But because the dynamics of a river are complicated, that's why there's the sediment management plan, to make sure that if that's considered to be important to prevent erosion in other places, then it's then put into those locations as well.
Yeah, okay, no, I think it's all a good thing. I'm just not sure how we. I mean, if it's not cleaned out, then it doesn't become effective. But there's no way of making sure it's cleaned out, then, is there? Apart from the estate having the goodwill to clean it out.
Well, they need to comply with the sediment management plan that's going to be approved, which is also part of their car licence as well. So there are different ways that mean that they do have to maintain that.
If I can just add as well, there's a requirement in the sediment management plan that they do ongoing surveys every 6 months, and that as to how on the sediments. So yeah, there is the plan is quite detailed.
Eleanor.
Yeah, just on that same point, is that in perpetuity, or if they choose not to apply for a licence, or do they always need a licence? I don't understand that bit.
Sorry, well, the sediment management plan that gets approved through the planning condition is in perpetuity, so that they need to do that. The requirement for licenses will come up at different times in that process, depending on what other things they needed to do within the river. So there may always be, they may have a standing license, they may need to get a different one depending on what they need to do at that point in time. But that's why there's the monitoring of the sediment management plan and having the professionals in there to understand what's happening and make changes if necessary.
Okay, any further questions? Nope, nothing in the room, nothing online. Right, so we'll move on to a presentation from Caroline Webster, the agent for Savills. Ms. Webster, can you take your seat, please? Okay, Ms. Webster, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. This is just a quite a short presentation, really just to support Catherine's planning review already.
seen. So I'm Caroline Webster. I'm a chartered surveyor at Savills, and we're acting for the client here, Pitmain Estate. So the location plan, as Catherine has said here, is obviously north of Kingussie. This sediment trap and the area below the sediment trap was out with the original application. The application was originally consented in 2016, which failed, and this is why we've had to redesign this section. So this is the sediment trap and showing how it comes down the offshoot from Altmore down into Loch Guynock. So there's 6 subsections or sub-reaches from the sediment trap down. The construction obviously follows the gradient and the landscape type to make sure that the water doesn't erode the landscape and that it's managed carefully to prevent sediment from going down into Loch Guynock. So that's the pool. Then this comes down into step pool sections, which are probably more formal section of the scheme, coming down as we go down towards Loch Guynock. And there we are. So that's Catherine in the background there. And this just shows how it naturally sort of flows down into the loch and really just sort of fits within the landscape. And this is quite soon after the construction, so it does look quite natural, and this will eventually sort of grow up through. And this just shows it going into Loch Guynock itself, that it's quite a natural flow through there. So hopefully that sort of alleviates any concerns in terms of the construction as it comes through. To answer your questions about the sediment, some of the sediment will be reused by the estate in lieu of borrow pits. And as has already been said, that they will be reusing some of the sediment in areas that are eroded. It's in the client's interest to keep this flood alleviation scheme working. As I said, the original one failed in 2016, which involved a huge amount of insurance works for the estate. So in keeping this working, works for the estate as well, because they lost a lot of property in the flood. So that's really me, thank you. Very short and sweet, but really just to show you how that sets in the landscape as it comes into the loch.
Thank you. Do we have any questions for Caroline? No one? Nothing in the room and nothing online. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we'll move into the discussion phase now. Do any members wish to raise anything? Bill?
I think we need to remember the big impact of this scheme will be on the habitat of the people who live and work in Kingussie. Kingussie has a severe problem with flooding, and this scheme, if it works this time round, will alleviate that problem, and that's the principle behind this. We should support this because this is good for the people who live here.
Any other comments, Russell?
I'll just second that.
Yeah. Okay. Right. Anything from anyone else? No. Nothing in the room. Nothing online. So our committee members content to take forward the officer's recommendation and approve this application. Agreed. Okay. Yeah. Right. Thanks, everyone. We're going to break for lunch now, and we will return at 12:45. Okay. 12:45, everyone.
Chris, just before we go, could I speak to the solicitor for a minute? Could he give me a ring?
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're getting tired.
Yeah, go and have your lunch, Bill.
Right. Thanks, everyone, just now. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for coming back. We're going to move on to item number 9, which is application for detailed plan permission 2024/0082 DET. The widening and works to access track, formation of hard standing and a borrow pit retrospective at track 500 metres southwest of Milton Newton Moor. And this is going to be introduced by Gavin Miles, Director of Planning and Place. Gavin.
Thank you, everyone. So yeah, this is the site just to the south of Kingussie and Newton Moor, basically. So you can see the track running from Milton of Newd, firstly sort of southeast, then southwest, and then generally southeast again, further into the hills. And it's that's another slightly more detailed version of the map. With a north section and a south section, a small bit of overlap, and it shows the line of the track and a number of the borrow pits that were being used as part of the development that was undertaken. And that's a kind of typical track construction section that they've shown with the application as well. I should say there's a bit of history to this application in that initially the estate wanted to undertake some improvements to that track to help them with their woodland planting scheme across the estate, and they spoke to Highland Council and they put in a prior notification application, so under the forestry regulations, so a prior notification for improvements to the track. But in that, they described it as only resurfacing the track, so there was no widening of it, no opening of borrow pits. The council, after the Park Authority had called in that prior notification, we thought that we would need to call it in and potentially convert it into a prior approval in order to get more information. The council told them, if that's what you want to do, then it's permitted development in terms of improvement of your private way, and you wouldn't need any other authorisation for that. So they withdrew the prior notification that we had called in and were going to turn into a prior approval, effectively immediately. Then they went on site and they did works, and those works were much greater than the works they had described to the council. So after a bit of to and fro between ourselves and the council, we both agreed that this was definitely development that would have required at least prior notification and certainly required a planning application at this stage. So this is a section at the southern part of the site. The reason I've included this, and then this actually comes from a late rep from somebody as well, so we've had a couple of late representations on this application that I'll come on to later on. This part of the track, you can see the track on the left, which has been widened a bit, and then there's a lot of spoil dumped over to the right, which needs to be removed and put into borrow pits or removed from this. There's no need for that to be there. This is looking west around the middle of the track, just about where it headed southwest again. Just a bit of widening on this section of track. The late rep that we received recently was complaining because there are puddles on the track, which they think will make it wet when there's more water and inconvenient for walkers. I have to say, though, most of the images I've seen of the track and where there are parts that have got wet areas are the places where there were wet areas before as well. So although the track is wider, it continues to have wet patches in it where it's now suitable for wider vehicles, though. Those are images that were supplied by the applicant to show the difference between the track before and after. So the one on the left-hand side is more or less what the track looked like before anything took place, and the one on the right shows a section where it's been enlarged a little bit and it's then had other material added and it's been rolled. But that's okay, that image on the right. Apologies for this, but the photo on the left is an old photo of the track from about 2017, and the photo on the right is taken out of the back of a vehicle in almost the same place, so it's the same tree. And that shows, again, that track that's been widened, the vegetation removed, and the surface rolled again. In a lot of these bits, that rolled surface will, once there's stopped being bigger vehicles on it, though that'll green up again of its own accord. But the applicant is proposing to seed it with a green strip in the middle to encourage that to happen quickly. Again, photo on the left is from somebody making a representation. It's of the same section of track, but from the opposite direction. And the areas with puddles are the areas which used to get wet before as well. They're the same areas. So in this case, there's very little difference to the overall height of the track above the rest of the ground. There has been some material imported, but it's still in an area where it may get wet. But it's not, in our opinion, a problem in this area. Tracks will get wet and then they'll dry off, they'll drain off, and in this case it will drain to the side of the track as it did before. This photo shows you an image of the track that we saw when we first went out to view it, where it was being extended, where it rises up a hillside and bends round the corner, and you can see there's a lot of material being discarded over the slope, very steep slopes at the track, and then the second one is after they'd completed the repairs, where they'd then done reprofiled those edges, put on turfs and allowed some seeding and some other vegetation to go into those areas. So that's actually repairing and looks okay and will be okay in time. And this shows you the borrow pit area. So the first photo in the top left shows you how it had been left from some point in the past. Don't know when. That photo again is from 2017. The photo on the right shows the same borrow pit when it was reopened, extended as they were doing these works. And then the photo at the bottom shows after they had reinstated that ground. So they've packed in hard material underneath, and then they've done a sort of topsoil with brashings over the top of it that should then reseed by itself fairly quickly. And it's actually a better outcome than the original bare-faced borrow pit that had been left there. It's worth noting that, again, around that area, the track can get pretty wet after rain, as it used to as well. So the photo in the top left shows snow melt that was just standing on the track around that area too. So the main considerations with this application are the principle of development. And in this case, there was an existing track along the entire length of this. In some places, it was, I suppose it was very well grown over, as you could see in one of the photos with the grassy area and the tree. In other places, it was much more bare because it had been repaired and improved at other points in the past. Across the entire length, some sections of it probably don't require planning permission, but a lot of it does because it has been widened substantially. The borrow pits certainly did. When we went out to look at it initially, it looked pretty shocking because of the way that they were doing the works. They went at it quite quickly, so rather than restoring as they were going, they excavated the entire work. As you can see, there was material dumped to the side. They then went back and started to restore the edges and improve it to reduce the impact of it. And there's still a bit of seeding to be done within the track corridor itself. But the track existed before, so the principle is acceptable. The improvement was to allow bigger vehicles to access that bit of ground that would otherwise have damaged the track even more and damaged the edges. So there was a legitimate reason for wanting to do it. However, they should have sought a planning application first and gone through that process first so that everything could have been managed through that process. The second issue is around design, and you can see from the photos, in effect, it's a wider version of what already existed, barring that vegetation in the middle. There's no obvious improvement to the drainage within it. There are some areas where, because of the nature of it, it is slightly improved. There are other areas which will continue to get wet as they did before, and that's something that they'll have to manage on an ongoing basis on that site. It may be that they need to install more drainage at the sides over time, or it may be that once it's settled, it will drain more effectively by itself. It's intended to allow those bigger vehicles to access other parts of the estate, though. Then there are the environmental effects, and principally here there would have been a worry about sedimentation of the watercourses in this area. So with these construction works, the main issue would have been the potential for sedimentation of those watercourses. There are other points around the potential for disturbance of breeding birds. However, we're talking about quite small areas of ground, and as long as they'd undertaken normal precautions, then it's unlikely that would have had a significant effect on breeding birds in the area. Obviously, this application is retrospective, but in order to determine it, we have to consider it almost as if it hadn't been done. So we've had to undertake the Habitats Regulations appraisal as if we were doing it for works which had not been undertaken, yet they have been. So the Habitats Regulations appraisal concludes that as long as the standard mitigation measure for working with water courses has been applied, given there was already an existing track there, then there would be no effect on the integrity of the protected site there and the qualifying features of the site. We can't be sure whether those measures were in place or not during all of the construction, although I have to say that when I visited the site, there were silt traps around that area where it was most sensible. So it's likely that they were there because it's pretty standard measures for people working in those in those areas, but I don't know for sure, and I'll never know for sure, and no one else will either, whether they were there all the time. Finally, in terms of landscape, the track existed before, and depending on how well it was being used, it had a greater or lesser visual appearance in the landscape anyway. Obviously, with the widened track and the rolled surface, it's more visible, but it still takes the same line as the track did before. Once that's got a green strip in it, and once the heavy use of the bigger vehicles stops on it, then the edges of that will green up as well. The heather will start to come back to it, and its impact will be reduced. The borrow pits, well, in some cases, those borrow pits have been restored well, and they will return to heather, moorland and grassland and fit into the mosaic habitats that are there anyway. So they will be relatively hard to spot in a few years' time, and actually less visible than some historic borrow pits that existed around there before anyway. So with all of that taken into account, we're recommending approval because the principle is acceptable. The landscape impact can be mitigated in an acceptable way. It's just very disappointing again that this is another retrospective application for works that could have been done, and probably would have been done a little bit better if they'd come through the planning system, because we would have put in more controls that time when it was the right time to do so.
Thank you, Gavin. Do we have any questions for Gavin? Eleanor.
Yeah, two things. I think this application demonstrates just how ridiculous having to deal with retrospective planning applications the system is, because paragraph 7 about habitats regulations appraisal, it's pointless, but yet we still have to go through it. So that's staff time having to do something that has absolutely no relevance to what we're discussing here. I just think we should be making representations to government about how retrospective planning applications are dealt with in the real world. And my second point, my real point is, would the borrow pit time restriction to 6 months be equally as relevant in this case as it was in the case earlier on this morning?
Sorry, yes, it would be, yes. So we should change that.
Then I would be looking to move that we do an amendment to change that time scale down to 6 months.
Peter.
I'm not sure whether this is the right moment to mention it or whether any other business at the end, but there's quite a lot of disquiet about retrospective planning submissions across members. And I think it would be useful if we could get a breakdown of the proportion of applications that are retrospective versus full that come to us, say over a period of 3 or 5 years, so we've got an understanding of just how serious this issue is. Sometimes it feels that almost maybe half of them are, and it would be useful to get an actual metric so that we can have a meaningful conversation, and that would inform discussions, for instance, that Eleanor suggested.
Yeah, happy to do that. I think that it's probably worth reflecting as we do that we've got a particular set of applications that we call in, which are different from the applications which are made. There may be many, many more retrospective applications for things, and it's just the way the planning system works that if something is capable of being approved, then the fact that it comes through in a retrospective way isn't considered to be an issue in the planning system. It's clearly, for other reasons, it is an issue, but it isn't within the planning system itself. But yeah, we'll do that, and we'll come up that. You might find that we have a pattern of the kinds of development that comes up as retrospective.
I just think that getting the evidence base is very useful in this, so that we're not just talking off the top of our heads.
Thanks, Peter. I've got Lauren, followed by Jiva.
Yeah, I just to echo kind of what Eleanor and Peter have just said, I think this just sets a really uncomfortable precedent, because this is a, largely faceless organisation who've bought this land to do carbon capture, who have, bashed on, and now they're whacking in a retrospective planning application. I just think it's a disgrace, really, and I think it's I don't agree with it, and I think it's setting a really difficult tone. But anyways, we are where we are. I just, again, the heather strip, just on the visibility and impact on the landscape, is that I can't see when they've got to complete that by. Could I just get clarification? Is it 6 months?
There's a condition that says that we want all the details of all of that then we approve it,
okay,
and then they have to implement it.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And where the puddles were, again, being a cyclist, it is genuinely quite it is genuinely quite annoying, and for erosion. Were there photos in the summer? When were those photos taken?
I think the recent photos were taken this week or so.
Okay. I mean, it has been a particularly wet summer, but the fact that they're there and quite deep in the summer, I just think in the winter, for access, we should be looking to get more drainage in there. Sorry to bring that up, but yeah, I guess that's my feedback.
I think when I was out on site with Ed and we met the agent, we pointed out there were going to be issues at those points, and it was no better than it was before, and recommended that they did put that into the application. They haven't done so, but their standard kind of construction does have that ability within it to do it, and maintaining tracks is an ongoing job for all the estates anyway. So at some point that will be revised. I think we don't have a policy on vehicle tracks being made to I suppose a dryness that people enjoy. So standing water on tracks is something that happens by itself over time anyway. So I think that in that area, if they need to do other works, then they can either do it if it's very small within the consent they've got, or they'll need to apply for some other consent to do it again and change that track entirely.
Thanks, Laura. Jeeva.
Yeah, thank you, convener. Some time ago, we had an informal evening meeting with Scottish Land and Estates, and I would like to take Eleanor's proposal one step further, because I would like to know how many of these retrospective planning applications come from estates. And, I'm very aware that estate ownership, whoever the landowner is, forms a huge part of the national park. And it may be that the planning convener should be writing to the chief executive of Scottish Land and Estates and asking for their assistance in making sure that their members are putting in timely planning applications for these things, because frankly, I find this very annoying. Thank you.
Yeah, Jeeva, I'm happy to do that. Right, any more questions? Any more questions? Oh, Peter.
It's picking up a point I made before about EIA language. On paragraph 29, there are no likely significant effects, so they can't be reduced. There's just no likely significant effects. And it would be good to have the language correct in that, please.
Thanks, Peter. Right, into discussion phase. Any members wish to raise anything about this? Nothing in the room, nothing online. So I think we'll do what we did earlier on, and we'll have a vote. And so we've got a motion already, and we've got Eleanor's amendment. Oh, you do, Alon seconded, yeah. So are we happy for that?
Yep.
Yep, okay. Can we have the vote, please?
Sorry. Just to be clear, does everybody understand what the amendment is? The amendment is to add in the condition limiting the duration to 6 months.
Can I just clarify one more thing? Sorry, can I just clarify one more thing? In terms of the first photograph with the material on the side, can I just get reassurances that's going to be dealt with? What time, at what conditions?
That's covered by the duration and the restoration
That's
condition.
okay, perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Chris Beattie,
Amendment.
Jiva Blackett,
Amendment.
Sandy Bremner,
Amendment.
Amendment.
Peter Cosgrove,
Amendment.
Kenny Deans,
Amendment.
Paul Gibb,
Amendment.
Hannah Grist,
Amendment.
Russell Jones,
Amendment.
John Kirk,
Amendment.
Bill Lobbin,
Amendment.
Steve McElwright,
Amendment.
Lauren McCallum,
Amendment.
Eleanor McIntosh,
Amendment.
Xander McDade,
Amendment.
Fiona McLean,
Amendment.
Duncan Miller,
Amendment.
Anne Ross,
Amendment.
Derek Ross.
Amendment.
Okay, so that means that the application for detailed plan permission for the widening of works at access tracks, formation of handstand and moral pit, Milton Nude is approved subject to Eleanor's amendment. Okay, moving on to item number 10. This is an application for detailed plan permission 2024/0149/DET, erection of houses, amended house types and driveway locations on plots 20 and 21 at land between Perth Road and Station Road, Newtonmore. This is going to be introduced by Catherine again, and Catherine.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me okay? Yeah? Yeah, this is a planning application for a change of house types, 2 house types within a larger scheme that's got planning permission, as outlined in blue on that slide there. The application site's outlined in red. The original planning permission dates from 2007 for 81 houses, and it's still valid. It's been started, so it's live. As you can see on the plan here, there's housing to the east of the site, application site at Woodside, and that's houses set in their own sort of large wooded gardens. Housing to the north, further housing to the west, and then you've got the little cafe and petrol station to the sort of southeast. And there's a little track called the Coffin Road runs along the bottom of the bigger blue site. I'd also like to point out a mistake in paragraph 3, where I've said that the special area of conservation, the River Spey, is 0.5 metres from the site. It's 0.58 kilometres, and that's quite a significant difference, obviously. So apologies for that. And because there's no connectivity, there was no issues, there was no need to do a habitat regulation appraisal in this particular case. This shows the site in an aerial photograph. It was farmland before. Since that aerial photograph, it's cleared. The site's been cleared around where the application site is, and the access road has been formed into it. This shows the overall layout of the site, and you can see of the wider site that was approved, and you can see the application site in the middle of that on the kind of left-hand side outlined in red, plots 20 and 21, served by the access road that comes in off the main Perth Road there, and then there's various spurs leading off. There's a SADS pond. It was approved later under another application on the far right-hand side of the site, and then there's another pond just up from the actual application site in the top kind of left corner. There's a hatched area on the right-hand side of the wider site, and that's where the affordable housing is going to be under the original consent. There's 20 units, so it's achieving the 25%. And then immediately to the left of that, there's an area that's been identified with the previous consent for priority local purchase. So the issue of affordable housing was dealt with the wider application here. There's no change to the overall layout of the roads and access to the site or to the servicing. It's simply the plot layout itself for these two plots. That's just a landscape plan showing initially, I've got a slide, next slide shows the previous layout, but initially there was going to be a bigger landscaping area on one side of the plots, but that's changed and they're now showing planting on either side of the plots and hedging at the front, all mixed native species. Now that compares the two layouts. So the original layout is on the left and it was two semi-detached houses with an area of planting on the right-hand side of them, and the individual site accesses were coming in at the back of the plots. But they're wanting to change it to two detached properties with landscaping amenity areas on either side and the access is coming in from the front. It's not a particularly significant change, but it is material in terms of how we consider it with planning, because they've changed the access positions and the amenity space and the house types. So, but the overall layout and how they sit within the wider layout is the same. That shows what was approved there before. There's still 3-bedroom properties, and that shows the semi-detached properties that were approved there before. And that shows what is now proposed, the detached properties, a bit more timber cladding on them. That's the site just going along Perth Road looking towards the building site, the wider building site. Again, it's on the right-hand side, the building site, and the left-hand side is the more established properties as you're going back in towards Newton Moor there. That's the access that's been formed into the site, into the wider site, and that's looking back from that access towards the site that we're looking at is on the left-hand side of that main access, and that's that trees beyond that is housing. Again, that's just showing to the left of that kind of hardcore areas where the two plots are, so they're kind of in the middle of the site, and there's the detached properties, traditional properties set within their own gardens, and that's looking from the Coffin Road north towards the building site. So the principle of this development is well established by the existing planning permission that's in place. It's designated in the local development plan for housing. This site, the whole site is designated, a wider site is designated. Affordable housing has been delivered elsewhere in the site. Developer contributions have been dealt with under the original consent. The design and layout is considered to be acceptable. The house types that are proposed now still deliver the 3-bedroom houses, and there's similar house types. These house types have been approved elsewhere on the scheme. The servicing, there's no changes to any of that. There's no particular environmental impacts. It's just part of an existing building site. And in terms of landscape impacts, again, the houses fit in with the surrounding area. We're getting a little bit better landscaping in terms of some more hedging, which deliver a little bit of biodiversity, and our recommendation is approval subject to the implementation of the landscape scheme that they've put in now, and subject to those some conditions from the original ones that are still relevant. A lot of the original consent conditions have been discharged anyway, so that's our recommendation, is approval of this application.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. Do we have any questions for Catherine? No questions in the room. None online. Okay, so moving to the discussion phase. Does anyone here wish to make any comments? No comments that I can see in the room, and none online. So are members content to take forward the officer's recommendation and approve this application? Agreed. Okay. So moving on. Bill, time for you to step out. Thank you. Okay, so we're all here. Next item is item 11, application for detailed plan permission 2024-0155 DET, erection and installation of an adventure play equipment and associated landscape and ancillary works at Cairngorm Mountain, Glenmore, Aviemore Highland. This is going to be introduced by Gavin Miles. Gavin.
Thank you. So this is the site of the development that I'm pretty sure everyone is fairly familiar with, up at the base station and the day lodge and the car park and the ground around it at Cairngorm Mountain. This is a more detailed plan showing the different elements within it. So I'll see if I can describe them all. Obviously, the agent and applicant are here as well, so they may be able to describe it in more detail in their presentation, but I'll try and get it right. So as we look at this plan, which I appreciate it's not oriented north the way we've shown it here, but on the right-hand side of the page, you can see ball track runs that are just low structures where people can put in a ball and it runs down through various features within it. And there are ways of making that a kind of educational experience so that people can go out, and the children in particular, get something out of that in that landscape and enjoy that process. So one of them runs from the existing garden to the upslope of the day lodge, and then there are two or three around the footpath, which leads up the footpath immediately on the other side of the burn from the day lodge building. One beneath the start of the toes that are just opposite on the other side of the kind of the vehicle bridge over the burn, and then another one just on the car park side of the burn, and then one that has a water feature as well at the inside the car park area at the left end of what's currently the playground area within the lower car park. You can also see that there are sites identified for potential food cart locations within the site. All of those features, by the way, are things which can be removed in the winter, so they wouldn't be there in the winter. There's also a footpath that cuts across that very steep slope between the two car parks at a much easier angle. So you can see that running out towards the exit and entrance to the car park. And that means that it'll be easier to take push vehicles, wheelchairs, down that much lower gradient path, which will cut through the slope there. You can also see the location of the climbing frame bird structure located between the two existing slides, the jumping pillow, and location of some of the letters and the heart feature, these wooden structures that are also play structures proposed. It's worth showing this plan as well. This isn't part of the application, but it sets in context this application and other things which are happening on the mountain. So this shows the woodland planting that Cairngorm Mountain have been undertaking in the vicinity in the past, in last year, and are going to be carrying on in future. So members who've been on the planning committee for a while will remember some of the planting areas uphill of the day lodge slopes that have been mentioned in other applications. But in particular here, there's the planting that was undertaken last year, partly associated with the upgrade of the car park, which has been significantly improved over the last year and a bit. So it's a much, much more welcoming visitor experience now. That's the brighter green, and then the purple areas are other planting that's proposed for later this year. And that's all about trying to create a bit more screening and woodland context to the car parks, which very slowly is happening by itself, but the planting that's been done in the past by Cairngorm Mountain in various stages is really helping that, and where it's been planted and managed, it's growing up now and actually providing that screening and woodland in the area. I've just shown this again for a bit of context. It's not actually mentioned in the paper, but the proposal does fit into the principles that were set out in HIE's Cairngorm Mountain Master Plan. So it identified the car park area as an adventure play area and further landscaping, and then the area around it also to be there for diversified activities as well within that activity area. Now, all of this development is effectively within the curtilage of the existing buildings, although the ball tracks extend a little bit further, but they're within the kind of the managed areas around the main buildings themselves. So those are some drawings of what the ball tracks could look like. So they're just low timber structures where a ball can run down them through gravity, and it's an opportunity for people to ask questions, get them right, and then it's intended to be both fun and educational as well. That's the location of the ones that run beside the footpath that you can see in the foreground there, and also part of the bike trail off to the left and above it. Those are drawings of an example of what one of these wooden play structures could look like, and you'll see from the paper the intention is, and it's part of the condition, that it can be turned into something that's, I suppose, species appropriate for this location. That's the location for the bird climbing structure in between the two existing slides. And then these are the letters that will be installed, which are part climbing frame and part just playing features, and also allow that to be seen from the car park, so that visitors to the place can get a sort of Instagram type shot, I suppose, of the site. And they're located around the edge of the existing play area in the shot there, so off to the side. And there's obviously a condition, and we would want those lettering at least to for the outward look, so anyone who can see it from the outside looking in, so that it's muted in that direction. So the proposal is that they're finished in timber that will weather naturally. And that's the idea of the viewpoint and the art. That's an example of one of these pillow pads, a sort of jumping structure, not quite a trampoline, but bouncy and fun to use. And those are examples of the kinds of food carts that they would want to install. So the main considerations with this are the principle of development. And in this case, we've got an existing business at Cairngorm that's trying to diversify, is trying to attract more families with young people, and you'll know that the mountain bike trails are deliberately targeted at that market, so they're intended to be relatively easy and accessible for those kind of family groups. This proposal is about other activities which complement that in the existing play facilities, effectively trying to increase dwell time on the site so that people stay there a bit longer, they're able to spend a bit more money. In this case, actually, with the sort of educational features, the idea is that it'll also introduce more people to experiencing the mountain and having fun there as well. The design, the layout and the materials are all considered acceptable. Most of it is timber. Obviously a little bit of concrete within there and stone as well, where the water feature is carried out. Some steel within the structures, and then obviously the pillow pad, which is PVC. That seems to be what they're made of, and you'll note that in one of the objections, the use of PVC has been picked up as an issue. We don't consider that is a significant issue for the application. Obviously, PVC is manufactured. PVC is potentially very polluting unless it's done very carefully. PVC is a fairly ubiquitous plastic, and we're not aware of any other materials that work for that structure, which is one part of this entire development. In terms of impacts on the environment, there are really very few from this. It's got a very small footprint, and most of the significant stuff is on the existing car park. The ball track lines, which are outside of the car park, are beside the existing footpaths in areas of ground that are already visited a lot by people. In terms of access, it's where it is in the car park. It's part of that managed area of ground. It's not going to change people's access to the hills, so the main path routes through the site will continue to be there unobstructed through the development, and obviously access in the site remains as it was originally. In terms of landscape, just need to tackle this head on. Obviously, our landscape consultant has given us advice, and their opinion, it's a significant addition to the existing site. In our view, this is a very small ancillary addition to the existing site, which already has children's play facilities. It's all very much within the kind of the shadow of the buildings of the car park in that area, and actually further from some of the outlying tows. And as anyone who's been up there knows, once you walk particularly towards the northern quarries, once you've gone past the ridge toe there, once you go a little bit further, you're completely away from all development associated with the ski area. You don't see it at all. Obviously, if you walk uphill from the main car park, then you go through and pass multitudes of other bits of infrastructure which are associated with the site. So whilst this is an addition to the existing infrastructure that's on the site, we consider it's very small in comparison with what's already there, and won't make a significant difference to people either visiting the site itself, nor if they're going to be travelling further into the Cairngorms. I think there's just no impact on their experience once they've left the site. So with all that taken together, and given the fact that it will help improve the viability of this business and its resilience as it tries to have a stronger summer season and be more sustainable in the long run, we're recommending approval.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Do we have any questions for Gavin? Derek.
The Cairngorm lettering, is it intended to be like Hollywood above LA?
You'd have to ask the applicant that, Derek.
Russell.
Yeah, can I just ask a bit more information about the food carts? I mean, what do they sell? And, is it, you know, I mean, if it's a windy day like today, if they're serving food outside, is there a chance of rubbish flying about from them, or is that be taken into consideration?
Not in here. Obviously, they would have to be licensed by the council in order to operate on that site. So that's where the kind of the waste management part of it would be. Clearly, there's the ability just now for people to take things out of the existing cafe and eat them outside. We could have a condition that has a kind of management plan for litter on the site overall. That would be possible as part of this if it's going to encourage more people outside.
Okay, we have Derek followed by Eleanor.
Can I ask at what altitude the car park is at? Do you know?
Can't remember exactly, Derek, but it's well within the tree line.
I just wanted to inform the committee. It's 635 meters. That's over 2,000 feet.
Okay. Eleanor.
Yeah. Gavin, you said this was going to increase the viability of the business. Are these activities charged for then, or how is it going to increase their viability?
My understanding is two elements, because yes, some of the activities are charged for in order to access the play equipment at times, so the slides and things. I imagine people would be renting a ball or buying a ball in order to use it on the ball slides. But the other part of this is that obviously if people are staying on the site for longer, they're going to spend more money in the catering on site and any other sort of retail things they have there. That means that they then earn more money like that.
Thanks, Gavin. We've got Peter followed by Steve.
I'm going to get a reputation for saying this, but paragraph 57, there are no likely significant effects. It needs to be stated clearly and correctly.
Thanks, Peter. Steve?
Yes, yeah, Gavin, I've just obviously been reading the paragraph from the landscape consultant, so I wonder if you can explain a little more how you came to a different conclusion to them about the visual impact of, you know, like the Cairngorms lettering and stuff like that.
Apologies, yeah, I'm just struggling with sunlight on my screen. I would need to bring up the response again in order to look at it. So could I come back to that, Steve?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. It's item 21 in the report.
Okay, any further questions for Gavin just now? Nothing online, nothing in the room. Well, we have a speaker now from the agent, and we have Mr. Robert Evans and Lee Bevans. Can you come forward, please? So you've got a maximum of 10 minutes.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Can everyone hear you? Can everyone hear? Okay?
Yeah.
Okay, grand. Thank you, Chair, members. Good afternoon. My name is Robert Evans. I lead the planning team at Ryden. We're agents for the application for CMSL and have advised on a number of years for proposals dealt with by both the Highland Council and the National Park Authority, and have good working relationships with the officers. We intentionally submitted this application as a single suited package so that all the component parts can be considered cumulatively and in context rather than in individual one-by-one applications, so that you're seeing things kind of holistically. And I think that's important, particularly in terms of the impacts on the wider landscape. The core objective is to complement the winter sports activities by attracting families with children of all ages over the summer months. That is consistent with both national and local planning policy guidance as referenced in the officer's report, and also with the key aims and core objectives of the master plan, which specifically in its kind of core objective states that Cairngorm should be enjoyed in every season of the year. So the summertime activity is important for this. This is especially important this year as the mountain has been hit hard with the funicular railway not running. And in response to one of the questions answered, the charge for getting the kind of the ball to play with down these kind of ball runs is £5, and that also gets you access into the wider play area. So it's £5 basically is the cost to play. The key economic driver of this is the dwell time is extended and the secondary spend is also extended as well. So the interaction with other facilities within the cafe and whatnot also improves the economic viability and the feedback to the company. We've provided quite a few exemplar and precedent images and photographs which might be useful to bring the technical drawings to life, and I would just like to expand on a couple of specific items in the report and some of the presentation material that Gavin had put up on screen. The food carts could be timber-clad installations as suggested, but also could simply be the likes of a trailer or a van or a horse box type facility converted for catering use. Quite appropriate to have management of litter as part of a condition and also through the licensing process. The wooden play structure referenced at paragraph 15 is described as a wooden pigeon, although I think it's meant to be a dotterel or such like. The submitted detailed designs will be provided when the installation is actually commissioned, and it's intended to be a native species such as a ptarmigan or a grouse or a dotterel or an osprey or a snow bunting, not a pigeon. As far as landscape impact is concerned and visual clutter, the kind of Disneyfication has been something that we've kind of read in terms of comments made and press articles. The Cairngorm letters will be 3 metres in height, but viewed against the existing black cloth of activity and will be set lower than the car park level. So when you're looking from the car park, there will be a back cloth looking down. When looking from further afield from southern viewpoints, you will see the letters timber construction against the back cloth of the slope up to the car park above. So they're not intended to be skyline like the Hollywood letters, and they're not intended to be as big or as brash. They'll be timber rather than painted white, and all of the other elements that are proposed will be clad in timber or constructed of timber, which will weather quite quickly and establish that kind of landscape cloth consistent with the other facilities on the mountainside. It's also a huge landscape. It already includes the railway, the car parks, the ski tows and infrastructure, and the existing buildings. And that is all part of the established landscape character of this part of the Cairngorms. The site area is an acre or two. The wider Cairngorm area is tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of hectares. So the landscape character is characterised by the facilities that are there at the moment, and I think this will have little impact on that overall, both in terms of the local context, because of the materials and the careful siting of the facilities, but also the wider landscape context and character of the Cairngorms. Your access and ecology officers are both content with the proposal as it stands, and the recent investment made and the works completed have, I believe, led to significant improvement to the point of arrival and the overall visitor experience. They have enhanced the visual cohesion and visual amenity of that point of arrival around the main buildings and the car park, and the site is starting to look really good. Certainly, I don't think it looks like Disneyland. In conclusion, I concur with the officer's report. The proposal is consistent with the terms of your development plan, and I hope that you can support it. Many thanks.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any questions for Robert? So we've got Jackie, followed by Sandy.
Thanks for that. Are you able to quantify the economic impact in terms of visitor numbers, spend, and just general value for the local area in any work that you've done in preparing this bid?
No, I haven't got anything which is on the economic side of it, other than the way in which the pricing has been structured. It's not a significant amount in terms of the play facilities. The other thing I should have mentioned, I think, is that the ongoing kind of maintenance of the facilities, and many of the water tracks and the ball tracks are demountable in the winter months. Sorry, no is the short answer. I've not got the economic justification figures.
Okay, we've got Sandy, followed by Derek.
Yeah, just to clarify, are you saying that the big Cairngorm sign and the giant pigeon dotterel would be invisible from below the ski centre and actually arriving at the centre?
I'm not saying they're invisible, no. I'm saying that they will be seen with a backcloth of the existing facilities and the existing mountainside because of the topography. Clearly, they'll be visible. They will be not sitting on a horizon; they're sitting on a lower plateau, the lower level of where the existing play facility is at the moment. The snow plow climbing kind of framing area, and the end of the slide tracks as well. So clearly they're going to be visible, not invisible, but I think they're appropriate in terms of the location. They're tucked in at that lower level kind of thing.
Thank you.
Okay, Derek.
Thanks, Chair. You said during the presentation that the play equipment, the climbing frame, made of wood, and they would weather quite quickly. Would that not make the site very tacky very quickly?
No, I think the weathering is that they would not appear kind of new and bright and shiny, as it were. They would weather and blend in as many of the other timber structures on site are. The weathering very quickly is just because of the climatic conditions. But it's a natural timber. I mean, the majority of the other facilities on the mountainside, apart from the kind of the physical metal infrastructure, is stone and timber. So there's a harmony to that, and this has specifically been designed as part of this as a proposal.
Would wooden structures, that weather quickly, would that not become a health and safety hazard very quickly?
No, I don't believe so. Not if they're properly maintained, and kind of the examples in many of the other kind of Northern European ski resorts, it's not an issue for them. These are facilities which appear, across the alpine ski resorts, and they're quite appropriate for the environment. the smaller kind of timber borings, instead of demountable, they'll be taken away and stored in the winter months as well, because the snow will pile up and you'll just ski across those areas.
I can remember going down a wooden structure that had weathered, and my mother had to pick out splinters out of a delicate area of my anatomy afterwards. That's why I'm concerned.
Okay, thanks, Derek. Got Paul, followed by Steve. No, not Paul. Just Steve then. Steve, you're on mute.
Sorry, I put my camera on and not my mic. Sorry. I'm just wondering if you did any kind of visualizations of the landscape impact, because obviously I'm looking again at what the landscape consultant says, which is different to what Gavin and you have said about the landscape impact here. So I think visualizations of that would have been helpful when we're trying to assess that. So did you do anything, or is there more that you can provide that would help us to see what the landscape impact is?
There were some visualizations of some of the features included in the planning application package, but it wasn't a formal landscape and visual impact assessment. So some of the kind of three-dimensional images were included in terms of the typology of some of the larger elements, but the actual design, materials, and, for example, the type of bird for the climbing frame would be subject to further submission. So no, there's been no landscape and visual impact assessment, but there have been visualizations of some of the individual elements.
Okay, thank you.
Happy with that, Steve? Okay. Right. Any further questions? Nothing in the room, nothing online. Okay, can I ask you to take your seats? So next up, we have another speaker. It's Tessa Jones from the Badenoch and Strathspey Conservation Group. Okay, Tessa, you have 10 minutes.
Thank you very much. Cairngorm is an outstanding part of Scotland's natural heritage and one of our highly valued Munros. It should never be treated as a sacrificial mountain, yet this is what we fear is now happening. Today's development is being justified by the damaging impacts of previous developments. The proposal is not sustainable development in terms of impacts on natural heritage, and in terms of economic sustainability, you're being asked to approve it in the absence of a business case with no analysis of its economic sustainability, which seems highly questionable at best. This is a view taken from the very popular route to and from the Northern Corries of the general area. It shows the visibility of the location of the 9 letters, each 3 metres high, the bird 5 metres high, 5 metres wide and 12 metres long, and the covered seating. Each of these structures is presumably to be anchored to the ground with what I take to be a concrete block as shown in the plan of the climbing frame letters. This means a lot of concrete being introduced to the environment. These are high structures for climbing on, and there's no provision of soft safety surfaces beneath them. In educational terms, it's hard to claim a convincing educational message when development is destructive of significant biodiversity and has significant landscape impacts. You can see the richly vegetated green bank between the upper and the lower car parks. This is the location of the proposed path along the length of the bank. Due to the bank's steep gradient, the path will necessitate substantial amounts of cutting and filling. This will increase the scale of landscape impact and the scale of habitat loss. No information appears to be provided on the land take of the path. The ecology report does not raise concerns, and it's understandable that it might be assumed that ground between 2 car parks isn't going to be of significance. But this is not the case. The bank between the 2 car parks is flower rich. We found 59 flowering species on it this week, and ecologically importantly, it's supporting other wildlife, invertebrates, mammals and birds, and the bank is basin enriched and therefore more productive than more acidic ground roundabout. This is Field Gentian on the bank. It's on the Scottish Biodiversity List. It's of national conservation concern and showing one of the fastest declines of any native wildflower. Significant populations of Field Gentian have already been lost in the Cairngorms National Park, some due to development. This is common spotted orchid, not a rarity, but indicates a soil richness with the complex relationships of the seed with underground fungi. Devil's Bit scabious, an important flower in the Cairngorms, provides a source of pollen and nectar for many invertebrates, including some particularly specialised bees. And fairy flax indicates base-rich soils and therefore greater productivity and more insects. This species is declining, showing a downward trend in short and long-term data. There is also hay rattle, the flower-rich meadow maker, thyme, yarrow, knapweed, a source of good quality nectar for many invertebrates, and providing seeds for seed-eating birds. These are just examples. Wildflower meadows are a high priority for the National Park Authority, who are putting a lot of time and money into trying to safeguard flower-rich meadows such as we have here. I want to emphasise that as well as the higher productivity through being base-rich, there is also a successional spread of plants providing food resources for invertebrates from early flowers such as coltsfoot through to late flowering Devil's Bit scabious. And the abundant tall vegetation provides good protection for overwintering invertebrates. Both ring ouzel and house martin are breeding on Cairngorm, both on the UK Red List. Both will lose foraging habitats if the bank is developed with a path. The bank provides a source of invertebrates and for ring ouzels, berries. It also supports mountain hare, also on the Scottish Biodiversity List, the mountain bumblebee, Bombus monticola, also on the Scottish Biodiversity List, and the bank provides some of its favoured flowers, birdsfoot trefoil, Orica heathers and white clover, and potential nesting habitat, where, interestingly, it's safe from badger attacks that are becoming increasingly frequent on lower ground on bees' nests. There's no need to take the path across the bank, but it could be made an attractive path on the ground beside the bottom of the bank. If it is truly to be all abilities, which is unclear from the application, there would need some regrading, but still certainly possible. These are some of the existing ball runs. This is the one in the mountain garden, which it's just not clear to me quite how this one ties in with the ones that are proposed. And the same goes for these ones. These are the ones going down beside the path, how these tie in again with the ones that are proposed. Everything needs maintenance, nothing lasts forever, and this applies to all the proposed play equipment. This is a sign in the lower car park needing replaced. Sorry, I think I've gone the wrong way. This is the sign in the lower car park needing replaced. And this is the sculptures that used to be up near the snow machine. I'm sure many of us will remember them, apparently discarded. PVC, there's a 14 metre by 10 metre pillow, is amongst the worst of plastic, and the pillow is essentially a single-use plastic item. PVC has high energy consumption and CO2 emissions and is very hard to recycle, so very little is recycled. The very least we should be expecting in this majestic setting is that the equipment should be genuinely environmentally friendly and responsibly sourced, and not gratuitously adding to the many problems in the environment that we have today. And to end with a question, why do we need to impact the environment with artificial and polluting play equipment when children have a perfect opportunity to learn to play in the great outdoors in the natural environment of Cairngorm? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. Do we have any questions for Tessa? I'm not seeing any in the room and nothing online. Okay, Tessa, would you like to take a seat? Thank you. Gavin, you want to come back in?
Thank you. Yeah, I was just going to come back on Steve's question. So the landscape consultant takes the landscape character assessment and then, which is fairly neutral on the existing infrastructure on Cairngorm because they take it as part of the baseline of the landscape. It's just there. They then apply their opinion, say that that detracts from the naturalness of the area. then they say that, and some of this I'd agree with, and some of it I think is extending it too far. The new features will exacerbate the existing clutter within the base station area. And you could see actually from one of Tessa's photos there, that the buildings and all the other structure foreshortened and a view towards it. And that's all the infrastructure that's already there. We're talking about some other features, much smaller than all of that, subservient in kind of landscape terms, which are going to add to that, focused in that area. As soon as you leave that site and go anywhere else, then you avoid them, you don't see them. And the point about it will compound negative perceptions associated with infrastructure in the vicinity of the ski centre and car park, especially for those who walk into the mountains to seek tranquility within highly natural surroundings. People go to that site knowing what they're going to. It's that ski resort. They know the infrastructure there. They then walk away from it to go into those other places. They're not there to visit that site for that experience. They walk further away. Sometimes they don't need to walk very far at all in order to do that. So that's why we disagree with the scale of impact that the landscape consultant is saying exists from that.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. So we'll move into discussion phase now. Do any members want to raise anything? We've got Derek.
A number of points. I mean, you say subservient, Gavin, but that is very much a subjective view, I would argue. My main concern is on health and safety. This is even in May, June, July, August, September. It's quite a hostile environment up there for young people, and this is aimed at I would contend under 10-year-olds, this development. And it is a hostile environment, a very hostile environment. I mean, you can have snow in June in the car park. You can have snow in August in the car park. So that really is my main concern. I have obviously concerns over the aesthetics of it. I mean, I don't think also that the funicular not working is a planning consideration, and we should be trying to top up someone's coffers just because the funicular hasn't been working. I just think the whole thing looks tacky. I really do. And I think with weathering and with the weather up there, it's going to deteriorate really quickly. And we've got something that can cause reputational damage to the area. I mean, just look at the deterioration we had in something like Santa Claus Land. It went from, a tourist attraction to being something that really people wanted to avoid. So we have to be very, very careful with this.
Okay, thank you, Derek. Russell.
Yeah, thank you. As a lifelong resident of this area and someone who learned to ski in Cairngorm in the early 1970s, obviously have a huge soft spot for Cairngorm. And I actually don't have a problem with this application at all, to be honest. I mean, I think, obviously, unfortunately, we don't get the snow that we used to. And I can understand that anything that attracts more visitors to the hill in the summertime and keeps Cairngorm viable as a year-round resort, for me, is a good thing. And I think that the ski infrastructure is there, as Gavin has said. I mean, the ski road's there, the infrastructure's there. If walkers are so sensitive about walking through that area, they can access the mountains from many other places rather than going to Cairngorm Car Park. So as I said originally in the questions, I do wonder about if we can put a condition on litter control, if that's possible. I don't know if that's possible or not. And I would ask the developers, try to make sure that all the equipment is environmentally friendly as possible. I think that's a fair comment. But all that said, I would like to support the officer's recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Russell. I've got Lauren, followed by Fiona.
Yeah, I just want to provide another perspective and echo a lot of what Russell has said. I think, where it's positioned, where the photo in Tessa's presentation, if you literally walk 2-3 minutes around the corner, you can't see it anymore. So I would agree with Gavin's assessment in terms of the impact. Doing my degree in tourism, it's a well-established industry trend that if you keep people for longer, they spend more money. I think that's well accepted in the industry. I was actually up on Cairngorm on Tuesday, and it was a very windy day, and the kids were on the bike and having a great time and using the ball run. So I think having another product where, especially if you've got split abilities with siblings, for example, so you might have a 10 or 12-year-old child and you've got a sort of younger child, but I don't know, 4 or 5, having something that can entertain them whilst the other children or with another parent or riding the bike park, I think is a great thing. In terms of health and safety, I mean, it's a ski centre. They've got bike patrol, got health and safety on there. And if it's snowing, put a jacket on. So, I think I would strongly recommend to take the officer's recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lauren. Fiona, followed by Eleanor.
Thank you, convener. I just picking up on a point that Tessa made, and I think very well, about the strip of vegetation between 2 car parks and the possibility of rerouting the proposed path that would be built within that strip. I think if we do decide today to go with the officer's recommendation, I wonder if there's any way in which we can insist that consideration is given to the path being rerouted, because I do think it's a bit unnecessary to damage that strip if there is a way of doing it through the car park itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. We've got Eleanor, followed by Peter.
Yeah, sorry, Russell and Lauren. I take a different opinion. I think this is just a step too far for the mountain. I think it does nothing for the integrity of the mountain. I can't see the educational value in it at all. I think Tessa made a lot of good points about the wildlife that is there, and there should be education around that and more natural play. For me, I don't think it's in the right place at all, and there is no economic justification as far as I can see. So sorry, I can't support this.
Thank you, Eleanor. Next, we've got Peter, followed by Steve, and then Jiva.
The point I would like to make is really to pick up a point that Tessa made, which I thought was a very reasonable point about the access path and destruction of species-rich grassland. MPF 4 and the mitigation hierarchy that is contained within requires clear consideration of avoidance of impacts. And so my response, from what I've seen in front of me, is there has not been that clear avoidance of those impacts, which to me appear to be quite easily mitigated, and you could still have your development, but without the destruction of that grassland there. So I wonder if Gavin could maybe say something about the compliance with MPF 4 and the mitigation hierarchy in this respect.
Yeah, I think that it's clear that we don't have any information on that as part of the application. Now, it would be possible to put in conditions that would effectively mean that that part of the development couldn't happen until they were able to demonstrate that there wouldn't be any harm to that. And now that might mean that it did go through the grassland, but through parts of it that weren't sensitive. I think that grassland was actually sown by Cairngorm Mountain Limited because it used to be a rubble face on it. And it might mean that they would need to reroute it around parts of the existing car park, in which case it wouldn't need planning permission anyway, because it would just be part of that car park area. So it would be possible to have conditions to prevent any significant harm to that grassland and the important species in it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Steve, and then Jiva.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one, to be honest with you. So I think I take the point around, the more dwell time people have in a place, the more likely they are to spend some money there. But I'm not seeing a really clear business case for this. And so when you think about the landscape impact, I'm just not satisfied that kind of because it's within the existing footprint of the site, there's not an additional impact. And I'm trying to reconcile that with the feeling of, well, we are where we are up there. So, you know, I'm really kind of really struggling about where I feel about this one. If the business case was clearer, I think I would be more swayed to say, well, that site is what it is, and therefore the landscape impact can be acceptable. But I'm really not feeling that right now. So I'd be grateful for other people's views, because I can't get there at the minute.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Jiva?
Yeah, thank you. I'm very glad that Eleanor said what she did, because that's what I've been feeling. I need persuading the other way, I'm afraid. And as somebody who has 2 ski resorts in their own council ward, I have huge sympathy with the industry at the moment, huge sympathy. But I just am really struggling with this one. And if Eleanor was putting forward an amendment, I would be tempted to second her.
Okay, thank you, Jiva. We've got Kenny, followed by Xander.
Yes, a bit like Russell and Lauren, I've been involved with the skiing up there for some time, and I've been to more than one presentation by Mountain National Retreats, as it was then, and various others, in terms of developing the hill. And they made it very clear over the last 20 years that in order for the skiing to survive, the summer program has to be king. People have to come up during the non-skiing months and engage with the mountain in whatever way it is, whether it's a cup of tea or whether it's with bikes or something. And that is the economic model. The skiing is not a survivable operation, and the investment in the mountain has to come from 12 months of the year use. So, you know, whether this is the right scheme, certainly operating in a car park seems to me a very low impact way of doing it. And if it does add value and it does add business, then that's the way that skiing will survive, or the snowboard industry, full stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenny. We've got Xander, followed by Duncan.
Thanks, convener. Yeah, I mean, a bit like Steve, you know, struggling a bit here, and I have to say, are pretty much in line with where Eleanor expressed. I, you know, appreciate there is a desire from all of us, I think, for a sustainable future for skiing and for Cairngorm Mountain. But at the same time, you know, we're a national park with responsibility to protect the landscape, and I'm concerned about the visual impact of this. You know, I think there has been some things done up there which actually have been really effective. I've been up there, and the tubing, you know, which is dug in, and, you know, very minimal impact. Actually, it's worked really well. Not been supportive of some of the other bits, but actually there is things that can be done that are less impactful. I'm just not convinced this is the right development to make the mountain more sustainable and continue to keep it as a special place. So I think I'm, you know, at the moment I'm minded to support Eleanor's position on this.
Okay. Thank you, Xander. Okay.
Yeah, just to support Kenny, Russell, Lauren, and what they're saying, that the infrastructure's, it's already there. It doesn't look like it's going to really be out with, you know, what's already there anyway. And we're living like in changing times, so the climate's changing, but also people go to places that are just, if they can take an Instagram photo, then they're going to go up there. And if there's a slogan or Cairngorm sign up there, they're going to go to there, and then they're going to spend more money elsewhere in the site there. So yeah, that's just my points.
Okay, thank you, Duncan. We've got Sandy, followed by John.
Yeah, along with quite a few people, I'm torn by this. I can absolutely see the need for an economically sustainable approach for the centre beyond the ski season. The question is the appropriateness of this development, and I'm with Eleanor in the observations that she's made.
Thank you, Sandy. John?
I kind of worry about this too, but the biggest problem, there is jobs up there, and it's so important that we maintain these jobs through the summer. I agree with Tessa on the path. I think if that could be realigned, it might go some way to help the situation. I think we've got what we've got. You know, that bit of the mountain is spoilt. So to save the rest, maybe we have to concentrate in that area. And I think that is one of the things we have to think about. You know, it is already spoilt. We're not going to improve it. We have what we have, but there is jobs at risk here.
Okay, thank you, John. So, any more comments to raise of Eleanor?
I feel I've got to put forward an amendment, but I would require a recess to pull together some words. But I will say I don't believe that we are where we are, yes, but I don't believe that it's the case that we have to go on making a bigger impact. I think things can be made better.
Okay, so do we have a seconder? Sorry, Paul, you want to come in?
Yeah, just really for clarity, I think there's possibly three positions. There's the motion with an adjustment to the path, and there's an amendment.
So there'll be two amendments then. So do we have an amendment that says the change to the path? Yeah, okay, so we've got, whose amendment is this going to be? Is this going to be your amendment, John? Pete's amendment. Right, so we've got Pete's amendment, seconded by John. We've got Eleanor's amendment, seconded by, I think it was Jiva.
Yep.
And then we have the original motion. Now we need to test the two amendments first. We're going to have a recess of 20 minutes. I'll let people have a comfort break and a cup of tea while they speak to Peter to get their positions clear. Okay, so we'll be back at 2:30.
How do we do this offline?
You'll be in the, is it the Dawn room? Yeah, you'll be in the Dawn room, so you'll be able to log in there.
How do I do that?
There's links in your...
Jiva, I will send you a link via email right now, okay?
Okay, thank you. Council email, please.
Yeah.
Thank
Could
you.
Hello, it's Anne here. Could you send it to my council email as well, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right, thank you everyone. At the back. So we're going to have a vote on the two amendments. We've got Peter's amendment, going to be tested against Eleanor's amendment. Peter, can you give us a summary of your amendment, please?
You may have discussed this when we were in the breakout room, but it might be very helpful for me to just quickly clarify how the votes will work from here. Yeah. So some members may not have been over this before, and sometimes it's quite a confusing process. So the standing orders provide that where there's a motion to grant and there are two amendments, the process is to firstly have a runoff vote against the two amendments. The amendment which prevails in the first runoff votes will then be pitted against the motion, in this case to grant in accordance with officer recommendation. So Pete and Eleanor will outline the details of their amendments, but just as a high level, Pete's amendment will be to grant subject to a condition, and Eleanor's motion will be to refuse, and the amendment which prevails in the initial vote will then be pitted against the original motion to approve without a condition.
Okay, thank you. Pete.
And my amendment is, in light of NPF 4 requirements for avoidance of impacts, my amendment is to prohibit the footpath elements of the proposals until the applicant has provided and the CMPA has approved a report to demonstrate avoidance of significant impacts on grasslands.
Thank you, Peter. And Eleanor.
Right, sorry, mine's a wee bit more long-winded, so here goes. So the refusal is based on 3 policies, starting with Local Development Policy 5. Now, right. The proposal is contrary to Policy 5 in that it will neither conserve or enhance the landscape character and the special qualities of the national park. The proposals would be intrusive and significantly detract from the natural character of the Cairngorms Massif. I also feel it is contrary to Policy 2.3 of the Local Development Plan, in that it wouldn't make a positive contribution to visitor experience, but would have an adverse impact on visual amenity and is therefore contrary to Policy 2.3 of the LDP. And also in reference to National Planning Framework 4, I think it contravenes Policy 14, which is about design, quality and place. And in that context, it is not consistent, well, the application should be consistent with the 6 qualities stated of successful places. And I consider this proposal is not compliant with it being a pleasant place, as it does not support an attractive natural space. Therefore, in the whole, this proposal does not comply with the development plan as a whole.
Okay, thank you, Eleanor. Right, can we have the vote, please?
Might I suggest that the amendments be described as the amendment to refuse and the amendment to add condition, just to avoid any procedural confusion.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Alix, when she reads out the amendments, one will be summarised as the amendment to refuse, and the other will be the amendment to add a condition.
Oh, Derek, sorry.
I'm a little confused on this, insofar as I thought it was the amendment from Peter was a kind of catch-all if Eleanor's lost. No, it's not. So they are going to go head-to-head. as amendments. Okay.
We did consider this carefully, Derek, and
Yeah.
Sometimes the procedures where amendments have to run off against each other can, in certain circumstances, they can lead to unexpected results. However, those are the amendments, and those are the standing orders.
Okay, I'm just so that people are clear of what they're voting for.
Okay, can we begin the vote?
Okay. So, Chris Beattie.
Sorry,
Hold on.
I've got my hand up, Chris.
Oh, sorry, Anne, I didn't see you.
Thank you. Can we clarify, just for simplicity, that which is the motion to amendment to refuse, if that's Pete's or Eleanor's, and which is so to make sure I've got it correct in my head. And also, just to add, I tried to join a breakout room and I wasn't let in, so that's just for noting. Thank you.
So, Anne, the simplest way is to say refuse or condition when your name comes up. So refuse is Eleanor's amendment, and Pete's amendment is to approve with the condition that he explained. You didn't come we didn't let you into the breakout room because that was for the people who made the amendments and their seconders.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Start the vote.
Okay, Chris Beattie,
Refuse.
Jiva Blackett,
Refuse.
Refuse.
Jackie Brereton,
Condition.
Pete Cosgrove,
Condition.
Kenny Deans,
Condition.
Paul Gibb,
Condition.
Hannah Grist,
Condition.
Russell Jones,
Condition.
John Kirk,
Condition.
Steve McElwright,
Refuse.
Lauren McCallum,
Condition.
Eleanor McIntosh,
Refuse.
Xander McDade,
Refuse.
Fiona McLean,
Refuse.
Duncan Miller,
Condition.
Anne Ross,
Condition.
Derek Ross.
Okay, I make that 10 in favour of the condition and 8 in favour of refuse. So we now test the motion by Pete, sorry, the amendment by Pete against the officer's original motion. Is that right? Yeah. Can we have the next vote, please? Oh, sorry. So
I'm not sure if it's appropriate, but could we just be clear what difference between the condition and the motion is then, and what difference it makes to the actual project, if you like? Is it just a footpath then?
Yes, so the amendment that Pete proposed has just won that vote, is that we'll add a condition that means that the footpath can't be created until the applicant has provided the Park Authority with information to demonstrate that it won't have an impact on the grassland habitats. So no development can start until that has been provided to us and approved by us. So if they provide us with information that demonstrates there'll be no harm to the grassland habitats, and we're happy with that, then that will be approved and they'll be able to build the path. If they can't demonstrate that, then the path can't be built.
okay, can we run the vote?
Chris Beattie.
Sorry, Duncan, did you want to say something?
Maybe it's just for clarity, and maybe asking a silly question. So it's just for the path, not for the other.
Sorry, apologies. The condition won't reference the path. The condition will reference the development and in its entirety, but it's only the path that's in the grassland habitat. So it's hard to see anything else being affected by it. But we would apply it to the whole of the development.
Any other questions before we move on? No? Okay, can we run the vote, please?
Chris Beattie,
Amendment.
Jiva Blackett,
Amendment.
Sandy Bremner,
Amendment.
Jackie Breer,
Amendment.
Pete Cosgrove,
Amendment.
Kenny Deans,
Amendment.
Paul Gibb,
Motion.
Hannah Grist,
Amendment.
Russell Jones,
Motion.
John Kirk,
Amendment.
Steve Micklewright,
Amendment.
Lauren McCallum,
Motion.
Eleanor McIntosh,
I'll abstain, thanks.
Sander McDade,
Amendment.
Fiona McLean,
Amendment.
Duncan Miller,
Amendment.
Anne Ross,
Motion.
Derek Ross.
Abstain.
Okay, I make that 4 for the motion, 12 for the amendment, and 2 abstentions. Yeah. Right. Okay, so that means that the application is approved subject to the motion put forward by Pete Cosgrove relating to the grass strip. Okay. Thank you. We'll get Bill back in now.
Listen. You've got to do the decision notices. No.
Okay, we'll move on now to to item 12, any other competent business. Gavin, you've got some things to add here?
Thank you. Yes, I'm just catching my breath. So, yeah, first point to note, and we'll send you out a link to where the papers are in the report. Just to let you know that we told you before there was an appeal of the committee's refusal of a house and huts and campsite at Boat of Ballyfirth a few months ago. And the reporter has dismissed the appeal and upheld the committee's decision. So that's good for you. So we'll send you a copy of that report after this meeting. Only other thing really to say on that, and it is just that obviously there is an appeal at the moment of the Park Authority on near Carbridge, and we attended a site visit with the reporter and the appellant in that case just a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, thank you, Gavin. Does anyone have any other competent business to raise? Don't see anything online. Nothing in the room. Okay, well, that's the end of the public part of the planning committee meeting. We'll now move to consider the minute of the confidential session from 14th of June and a closed session. But for any members of the public still watching, the date of our next meeting will be the 27th of September 2024.